Beyond the darkness, beyond the human evolution, is Khan, a genetically superior tyrant. Exiled to a barren planet, banished by a starship commander he is destined to destroy. Left for dead, he has survived.
I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. There she is. There she is. Fire!
Shield's collapsing, Captain.
Can you give me the power? A few shots, sir.
Not enough against their shields.
The base is stubborn.
Scotty, I need warp speed in 3 minutes or we're all dead. I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me. Marooned for all eternity. Buried alive. Buried alive. Sean! Sean!
At the end of the universe lies the beginning of vengeance. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Opens at a theater near you, June 4th.
Ooh, Khan. He put creatures in our bodies to control our minds. Just gonna go and do maybe an hour. Don't want to do too much tonight. Well, maybe 10 hours. Maybe 10 hours. I'm exhausted from early hours of morning. Today, I think it was early hours. System's only partly turned on. I haven't turned all the amplifiers on yet, or what I want to do. It was okay. Did a little test. What was it? Early in, a little bit late in the morning. Yeah. Got to really look around the room. Got to really look around it. And what's Bear doing? Oh, what's Bear doing? Oh. What's my cat Bear doing? Oh, I feel all. What are you doing, Bear? Bear, what are you doing? Can you stop doing this, Bear? Can you stop doing that, Bear? feed you? I gotta feed you. I may have to delay this. I could do pre-test experiments, because I could do pre-test experimenting just by relaxing. What I'm gonna, I tell you, there are some that are just very, very, very tricky, because it's a delicate balance of frequency. It's a combination formula. I mean, there's a lot of science involved, a lot of sound science involved. Yes. Yeah, very scientific. Talking about something that's, was it 30, how many bloody years ago? Flipping that. So I've got to balance my cats at the moment, because they are listening. My cats are listening. Were you scanning there, Melanie? You doing some scanning? Yeah, this is 37 years ago. Gosh. That's 37 years ago. Each year it gets on closer to 40 years. 37 years ago. And the whole movie's a bit more older than that, but I'm going back 37 years. Just gotta look at the logic of this. Gotta look at the logic. Need something to inspire. Got to transport logic, mind and logic back to 37 years. I prefer living in the past. On event on like that was game changing. That is the father of the game change. Everyone else talks about game changing and end game. Yeah. I think there was something a little bit more going on there. And that's probably just the design of the auditorium, the seating, the layout and everything. And then the screen stage speakers, how they were designed into and tested. Yeah, what tests did they do? That would be interesting to know. What tests were done, because when someone talks about it, THX, they're not giving you the whole story. I'm pretty sure there's an actual spec manual and test procedures, what to test and what to look or feel for, or because there's a lot to it, because it is a science, an experimental science. Now my cats are getting together in the kitchen now, so they're listening. The cats are going to be it's very difficult. I'm only a one person. It's very exhausting. When you've got to do something, and then you get struck down with an illness, and then it just sucks about half of the 100% of energy that you once had, took for granted, and then you're just down to about something like 50%. It's very exhausting on the muscular body, when standing up. Even when laying down, I can feel my feet. They just don't feel right. They just don't feel normal. They feel like, even my hands, my wrist, they feel tense because of the fucking sugar, fucking shit, fucking diabetes. Fuck's sakes. You know what I like to do? I like to stamp my fucking foot down and squash fucking diabetes. Sick and tired of it. Once you could just load yourself up with, different foods. Every food and that's got a percentage of sugar in it. You know what I mean? And you could have different drinks and all that, and they all got traces of sugar. But fucking hell. You don't have this issue until you probably then you get into your 50s, and there's a very high there's a, I wouldn't say high, I would say there is a probability chance that you're going to get struck down with diabetes in your 50s. And so you got to be a little bit cautious. I didn't know. I wasn't aware. I wasn't made aware of that. But I like sweet things. But then it's like people that like to smoke themselves and fill their lungs with or those that like to drink scotch or whiskey or whatever it is and do a lot of damage. But even soft soda drinks or such, overdo it, and you load yourself up with extreme sugar. But it can filter out. You can filter it out. It's just, it's like you gotta be sober on soda, or sober on sugar. Ah, goodness gracious. So that's how I presently feel. I've been in the room so many times. I just don't feel like I want to go in there at the moment. It's trying to build up a motivation. But that motivation is gradually being overtaken by yeah. I like to have checked every seat out in that auditorium. I would have liked to checked every seat out. So you just play something in a loop. You just run something in a loop, and then you just go around all the... Because I've only sat in a few areas, a few seats. I sat middle, front, double A row, I think, double B row. I think A, B, C, D, E, F. I think I might have sat in row F on day one, in the centre middle. I think it was about that far back. A, B, C, D, maybe E. Either E row or F, and that's down down in the lower stalls, down in the centre middle. And on the second performance, I sat in double A row, centre middle, a bit further back, just to really check to see what the sound playback was like. But it was absolutely wow. Absolutely. Phew. I mean, it could almost topple IMAX maybe. And then I sat most times front row in the middle, A row, and then I think over to the corner, over to the right of the picture, but when you turn around and look the other way, it'd be on your left side because you'd be facing forward. And I sat in the upper corner row, I think just somewhere, either right between that bloody one of those surround speakers on the side wall. Somewhere right there, just to check to see what the and it was, it seemed to work. It seemed to work in that auditorium. That was Star Trek 6. I think I sat, because I saw that three times that day. And on most other occasions going there, I would go front row and then see it a second time, and then see it, and then move towards the middle double A row, just to see what the sound of the sound field and everything of the feel of it, and also the feel of it, see what it's like. And yes, it's always a different acoustical feeling experience. It's the same if you go on a bus and you sit in different seats. The acoustical sound and the vibration feel of a bus sat in different seats is a different experience. But that experience has to really realistically play on a controlled condition. So the road surface has to be the same. Otherwise, the road surface that you may go along occasionally where it's really bumpy and the vibrations, and you think, wow, feel that sub bass. Wow, I feel that infrasonic. And if you're sat in, well, it doesn't matter if you're sat in different seats and the bus travels a lot, it would never be precisely spot on. The surface is very interchangeable, because of the way the wheel serves and everything, everything's a science. Everything's a science, and most people with home theatres, I don't think they go that far. Or simply they're just not dedicated enough. And you ask, why have I got a home theatre? Why have I got a home cinema? What's the reason for it? Is it just to show off? Or is there a logic reason behind it all? See, most people just don't have a clue why they got a home theatre in America, I mean, they haven't got a clue. You ask them and you say, what inspired you to build this? Well, get a home theatre. I don't care. Just tell me. And then most of them, I bet, they don't even have a clue. They say, oh, it was this movie, blah, blah, blah. But they can't even bloody recall or mention what cinema, what auditorium, where they were sat, how many times they've even been back to that same cinema. They can't even mention it. They can't, they're clueless. Because you can't have something that's really the same. I can't have this auditorium, that something like that, to build that, even as it is, as it looks. What are you doing, Melanie? My cats are getting extreme jealous now. They're getting extremely jealous. Come over here if you want some petting. Melanie, psst, psst. Come on, girl. Hey, psst. Come on. Come over here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Psst. Here she comes. Come on. Yeah. Come on. See, she gets extremely jealous. Needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and she needs to know that she's loved. You see a lot of these stupid fucking home theatre people. You don't even see their pets. Yeah, bloody boring they must be at parties. Hey, don't you start drooling over me. Yeah, feel that. Oh yeah, she sat on me. That's like a THX sound. Oh, flipping heck. Oh yeah, that's like High Wycombe. That is like High Wycombe THX JBL bass. Oh, flipping heck. That's the. Well, actually, my cat Sooty was a little bit heavier than her. And also longer fur. When Sooty sat on me, bloody hell, it was like THX sound system at bloody High Wycombe. Fucking hell, how the fuck they did that bass. How they did that. I think there's very few in the US, but they don't exist anymore. Those THX cinemas don't exist anymore in the USA. I call USA THX-less now, because it once had that many THX cinemas, and now it's like that. It's THX-less. You look at Los Angeles, THX-less. Bloody hell. Oh, it's the beginning of the end. Never mind, never mind. UK's been THX-less since 2013. It's been THX-less. What are you doing? What are you looking for? There's nothing up there. There's nothing up there. You sure you haven't got something playing with your mind there? Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I would have liked Melanie to be a bit more long fur, but yeah. See, when I looked at Sooty when he was a little kitten, he was kind of fluffy, And then as he grew bigger, yeah, he was long fur. Yeah, I really miss my cat Soot. And I was trying to get another cat similar. I'm thinking that she might grow up to be long fur, but no, she's short fur. And she's a very mischief cat. Because she can be ultimately jealous. Hey, what you thinking about, girl? I know what you're thinking. If I let her loose in my room, she'll start jumping up onto the acoustical treatment and start running around the walls. She's a regular spider girl cat, aren't you? Yeah, you're a spider girl cat. Friendly neighbourhood spider girl cat. Need to get you an outfit. Yeah, get you a Spider-Man outfit. I got a Superman outfit, but no, that was worn by Sooty, so that's kind of sacred. You could be a superhero cat. Spider girl. Spider girl does what every girl does. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, can you relax, settle your paw, because that pressure, that sub-bass paw pressure, oh, flipping heck. Whew. See, she's moving around on me. You see, that's sub-bass. That is sub-bass. It's like, well, how can you get that in a movie? Oh, look, she's doing it again. Sub-bass. You see, this is where you got to learn the science. You got to learn the science. Everyone's preoccupied with putting sub-bass speakers behind a seat and trying to get near-field sub-bass. There was none of that sort of thing going on in the Empire. None of that going on. Uh-oh. Melanie, get down. Get off of there, Melanie. She's getting ultimately jealous. Oh. Yeah, she's trying to break things. Really, she'll be see, I can't. You see, it's very difficult to tell whether you let a cat out and then just regularly just walk around a neighbourhood. That's it's risky. Because it's like cats are like children. You let a child run around, outside, they're going to run across into the road and then get hit by a car. It's simple numbers. Though cats can do things that we can't do. They could walk on pavements. They could leap, jump over a fence that we couldn't even possibly jump over. We can try. Be a bit of a struggle, but a cat would be over that fence a lot quicker than we could try. And it's all built into a cat. It's all built in. You know, there's only certain things that we could do that, you know, and if you, but it's all numbers. If you try and repeat it so many times, it will mess up, and it could be disaster. I mean, it's scary when Melanie, she got out onto the windowsill. She managed to get out onto the windowsill, and she tried to get her back in. She slipped and she fell. Probably about 40, I don't know, it's hard to say, maybe 35 feet, maybe about 35 foot. No injury, just damn lucky, you know. If it would have been any higher, yeah. I'm not sure if she remembers that experience, and then yeah. See, the way I would test things is I would go to, well, with the audio mixer, I could rig up anywhere close to 24 microphones and place those microphones in locations to check and test frequency. But that's a little bit more than that, because you've got to actually sit in the seat while it's analysing the frequency and then checking to see what you feel or notice, because the frequency, you're only monitoring maybe a few spots. That you got to really get very scientific. Like if I wanted to test, say, just a single seat, then I can literally cover that seat with, say, maybe up to 24 microphones. So parts of the seat and microphones a little bit above, slightly behind. So 24 microphones. So if I were to map it, put a few microphones on the floor underneath the seat. Maybe a couple in front of the seat. A few, two microphones underneath the seat. 2 microphones behind the seat, on the floor. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go a little bit further up behind the seat. But I think it's the microphones again. Some of them will be in free air, sort of, so to speak, and other microphones behind the seat will be, because the seats are rocker seats, microphone would have to be set up so that it doesn't touch the seat. But what if I want it to touch the seat? It's got to be coupled within the seat, so it doesn't really move around. So it's got to be the microphone capsule, and it's got to be fitted in a specific, so it can monitor the bass response that travels behind and then goes behind into the seat, against the seat. And then of course all other areas on the seat, the wooden frame to the seat, everything. It's got to be all, to see what frequencies are getting there, and then does increasing the gain level So you take the gain level up a little bit, and then you got to monitor to see how distracting it might be on the ears. The feel of it, the sound of the tone on the ears. If it seems like that frequency is too harsh, it's like you want to get the feel, because when you get the which is very difficult, the tone on the speaker, because it might not just be the speaker, it could be a combination of the speaker of the speaker. So you got several combination, just for say like a single center channel. Once you got that sort of figured out, and then you move over to the left center, the right center, then the left, then the right. Then you check the surrounds, and then you go through the sub, the speakers used for the sub for the low frequency effect, whatever, and then you check those through, see what feel they do, and then you got to add it all back very slowly. So center with the sub, how does that look, the frequency response, because you want the two to work 50-50, not have some sort of conflict with, like, the sub is, well, it depends, because the mix is always a variable. Sometimes there might be energy more, so outputs on that, sub boom channel, and where the subs are located. Are you going to use a combination of the baby boom, which are on channels 2 and 4 behind the screen? With they just look like the regular screen speakers. They're channels 2 and 4, and then you go down to separate subs, which are located below the stage channels. That's what combination you want to go with, because the acoustical signature sound output in floor versus the subs a little bit located up behind the screen, there's going to be a total difference in the way it sounds and feels. I wonder how often, I don't know, it's hard to say, what was running that day. It's hard to say. All I could notice is what I could hear and feel, and it's like, they might have had they might have been using a few other tricks to make the presentation, like, not just second to none, but way beyond second to none, because it was like, wow, yeah. Not how many, I mean, it's like when it gets near to the end of the movie Star Trek 2, where is it?
What makes you...
here. These.
I mean that, and it cuts to the end of the movie. I tell you what it was like in the Empire Leicester Square. It was just like this huge, deep, almighty God, deep fucking rumble of bass that you just feel pressing against your body. That's what the fucking end was like. It was like, fuck. Where was all that bass fucking coming from? You see, you play this regularly in the home. You're not going to get that. Like most people probably not heard of the Empire Leicester Square, and some people might have heard about it and probably thought, well, gosh, I would like to have gone there, or some that, or so though, because it was very internationally, worldwide famous. Probably second famous, I don't know, maybe to the Chinese theatre. What's the Chinese theatre now? It's a Limax cinema now, isn't it? They got no JBL, they got no THX sound system there anymore. It's just a Limax. I mean, you look at the size of the screen, it's a Limax screen. And you look at it, and you think, it doesn't look any more different than a regular 70mm, regular 5% 70mm. And it's like, wow, they increased the screen size. But they could have kept it like, they could have done that, for the and just don't put this Limax crap in, because I don't know, it's very disappointing, Limax sometimes. But they still got regular 35 projectors and 70. But I think of when a cinema hasn't got THX sound system, I'm just not interested. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably got a good bass at the Chinese at the moment, but I don't hear people talking about a movie and bragging what they noticed, what they were feeling, and directional sounds that they could hear, not just what you bloody feel, It's, it's just typical cliche, and describing, like, oh gosh, because this is 36 years ago. Empire Leicester Square, this is 36 years ago, and that is the last time I saw these films projected film. And it was more than just second to none sound. And these YouTubers on YouTube like that cowboy guy, that hatred cowboy guy, and he keeps babbling on about experience. Bloody hell. What the bloody hell is he talking about? Can you elaborate a little bit? Like, you're sat in a seat, what exactly are you feeling? Where floor, seat, armrest, a little bit on your chest or body, sometimes stomach, waist, in your waist, where the bloody hell, and can you play that back and then repeat it, sat in the same seat, or you might fidget a little bit in the seat, and is it repeatable, Please elaborate. Don't just keep babbling on the word experience. Oh, this home theatre is the great experience. Bloody hell. Explain. This might, YouTube might not be audio science review, but at least explain, please. So yeah, I could just feel this low end, and you got the music that's moving behind the screen and the surrounds, and it's just like flipping it. Where the heck? I didn't know that low, deep rumble was on the soundtrack. I've seen this probably day one, local 70mm back in '82. Only saw it once. And then I saw all the rest of the prints that they showed there probably in the smaller screen downstairs, 35mm prints. But couldn't feel this flipping wow. You know, it's like other regular cinemas don't want to do this or go to town to putting something out that's really beyond the Second of None. It's the father of the Second of the Nun. The end game of the father of the Second of the Nun, if you know what I mean. Because there's a lot of science in, so you got a lot of people collaborate and put this together so that the performance will be like, yeah, you ain't gonna get this anywhere else in the UK. It's like there's only one cinema that's doing it. So it's like, and the other thing is, there was nothing uncontrollable about it. No distortion, no rattling, no buzzing. You try and do that in a regular home, it can be extremely difficult, because something somewhere in the room is going to get too excited by too much of the low bass SPL frequency level, and something's going to start rattling or buzzing, or it's just going to sound incredibly boomy on your ears, and it's going to feel like, bloody hell, it's starting to hurt my ears. There wasn't any of that. I noticed. It was just like, wow. It was like holding an 18-inch or 15 or an 18-inch bass driver, holding it against your chest. And that can be an extremely discomforting feeling sometimes, because we just don't feel shit like that in reality. It just doesn't happen. The bass and all the vibration is in the opposite direction. We feel it mechanically, a lot of it, and then we hear a proportion on our ears that feels about calm, but the rest of it is mechanical, and you got to get that mechanical energy, and it's like, yeah.
Space, the final frontier. These are the continuing voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Her ongoing mission: to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life forms and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
Wow. 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 I think I don't know, Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan almost topples some of the original Star Wars movies, or maybe. So the irony. I've not seen a Star Wars movie in the Empire Leicester Square on the THX sound system. Mostly they've been Star Trek movies. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. call this the Spock bump. Yeah, the Spock bump. Yeah, the Spock bump. Yeah, at 20 meters. The Spock bump at 20 meters. I mean, that's about 20. I was about 20 meters away from the screen in the middle. Double A row, front and centre, middle, double A row, and it's like blimmin' that. I could even feel that bump against my body. You just got to look at the size of the auditorium, maybe reverberation, the amount of bass bins they got per screen channel, which are typical 415s per screen stage channel, and then of course your regular HF horn. Whether there was any other trickery going on that day, because that kind of like, well, it's there on the soundtrack, but it's trying to reproduce it without everything else getting out of control in the room. Unless, of course, they were doing some very sly turning the fader up, which, because when dynamics get very soft or such, and you at a certain point you rehearse all this. You probably got someone in the auditorium, or you probably got a remote fader that you can drag down into the auditorium and then run it, turn the fader up. Can you run the projector? Because I've never messed around with that, but with any like disc format, providing it's not a butchered up near field mix, because they're the frequency, the channel ending on all this is mostly on the center stage. On the discrete, it's carrying ambient engine room noise or such. Can't remember the surround. But it's a very low level signal. This information, there won't be anything on the LFE, because LFE only carries information as and when for the playback. But yes, mostly center stage. And it's like, how do you get the frequency balance? You got to analyze the frequency response with maybe Spectrum Lab, too many colors. Look at the which part of the frequency range, because it could be a broad range of frequencies together. Or you also look on the RTA and look at all the other, that's looking at it directly. So you're looking at the soundtrack signal directly, and then you look at it acoustically with the microphone pretty close to the screen, so it gets a similar response, providing the speaker has been a frequency equalized, aligned, so it gives a similar. Otherwise it might be too bumpy. You got to get a similar. So it's tricky. It's tricky science. And then it's with that microphone staying in that position close to the screen. You got other microphones then placed around multiple to so that you can pick any microphone within the room and have an RTA response. So you got a channel A and a channel B, so you can look at, or channel B, A, B, C, so you look at the direct frequency response, or maybe an ABCD. Yeah, maybe an ABCD RTA response. So you're looking at the frequency response on the soundtrack directly. You're looking at the frequency response directly on the amplifier. So when the signal goes from the source over to the processor, you're looking at that frequency response, and then it goes over to the amplifier. Or maybe an ABCDE, because then you're looking at the source signal, then over to the processor, then over to the crossover, and then over to the amplifier, and then with a microphone close to the screen, and then additional microphones then placed throughout elsewhere within the room. And so you're analysing the frequency response to see what needs to be adjusted to get this feel. It's not just a case of just turn it up, bloody hell. That's typical Americans usually say. Oh yeah, I just turn it up hot. What the bloody hell hot? What does hot mean? Can you elaborate, Americans, what hot bloody means, for crying out loud? Because it's just typical bloody over bloody cliche bragging, and you're not even being scientific. I don't think I want to go into some guy's room where it's probably going to be 160 dB. I think this guy, he's rebuilding his room right now, right as it's now. I think he's going to put the carpet down on the floor sometime next week. But it's like me. If I wanted to make some change, I'd probably have to get maybe something like an OK. It's doable. It can all be done without any disaster and all that. But I would like the chimney breast in the room to be removed, because it's just thick brick up to about 18 inches thick, and it extends about 1/4 of the length of the room, and I just want that thing removed because I know it's causing an issue. But what this guy's doing in his basement, and he could do whatever he wants in his basement, he's still got these bloody things. He's still got an awkward room, and he's going to put a screen up to about 163 inches. Wow, good luck to that. I don't know what speakers he's going to stick behind it, but I don't think he's going to be using his other speakers that he had. I think he sold it. He's going to use something smaller, and I don't think it's up to the task. Because everything is just going to be so overemphasized by sub-booming bass that your ear pressure wouldn't be able, the pressure on your the pressure of it against on your eardrum just wouldn't be able to handle it. You're looking at serious probable possibility of wrecking your ears. Perforation? Well, that bloody scares me. You don't want to perforate your ears just for the sake of some stupid bass. It's just ludicrous. But there wasn't anything in the way of like that in the cinema. It was just like, where the heck's all this deep mechanical feel coming from? How was that put in? Because it didn't hurt my ears. It was just like, wow. Because it's got to be that way, otherwise you drive an audience out of the bloody auditorium, for crying out loud. You know? You go to some of these cheap discotheques or whatever they are, some of those are just like rubbish. You know? And you think the levels, and they probably do some science in it, and everyone's dancing and jumping around. So when you're dancing and jumping around, you're creating a vibration on your own body. And you got all this SBL level. You can brag about it until you can brag about it until you're fucking blue in the face, but it's going to damage your hearing. What's the fucking point of that? People getting pissed up on drink, dancing and that, and the bass level and the bass and the middle and high frequencies blaring out for those PA speakers in a disco. You're going to end up with high frequency hearing loss. Basically, you're just going to attend it too many times, and it's going to fuck you. It's going to fuck up your hearing. Yeah, and for what? And it's like this guy who is in Chicago, isn't it? He's going to diabolical levels. It's like, you know, why doesn't he look at it a different way and try and get the bass, the LFE? Because if it's just the LFE that he's only interested in, you might as well just not have any other full range speaker in the room and just play it, because it's just going to be a mess. I don't think he can, you know, get it anything like to be like High Wycombe and be safe at the same time. Because you know, what's the point of damaging your hearing and other people's, you know? Yeah, I think he's going for 160. I think he's gone 150, so I think he's probably going to try and think, you know, but that room, realistically, just like my room and most other people's room, even people that might build dedicated, you know, and they got the wrong speakers, they've done the calculations, you know. You don't want to, you know, a room that's going to start booming and reverberating. There's nothing much I could do in my room because of the way it's a typical rectangular shape, and there's not much I can do about that. I can't put a artificial floor in and make it very shallow when it gets to the back, so it's kind of like the floor is like angled like that. So when you get to the back, the floor surfacing would be very solid to the ceiling. There should be theoretically less boom in the bass level, because it's going to, you know, it's going to get down to the corners of the room, the below the top, and you know, when you're standing at a certain height, it's just boomy. You know, it rattles, it moves the door or such because of the amount of, you know. And if I lessen the level, turn it down a little bit, but you can't really equalise it. I can't equalise the back of the room. It's not possible. The only thing you could do there is by altering the room itself. Otherwise, it's just going to be a boom, you know. Boom, boom, boom. Just like when you go in one of those crappy cars, you know, those boom, boom things. It's just, there's no, you know, it's just like distorted bass, distorted bass. Yeah, you listen to, you know, unless you listen to real world things, unless it's a vehicle with a knackered mechanical engine, and it's starting to make weird resonant noises, that's even louder than what it regularly used to be, and then you got to get it fixed, and then it's like, oh, well, that's better, and it's back to how it was. It's not a preference. It's not a case of preference. Oh, I want big boomy bass. No, it's unnatural. You should get the bass, like I say, you should get the mechanical and the acoustical at about 50-50 ratio, or whatever ratio. You're supposed to get the ratios like this, otherwise the mechanical feel is going to be often like that, and the acoustical is going to be like that, and you're just going to notice boom on your ears, and it just sounds bloody unnatural. So you could spend a lot in, and then just get too much, You can tune the crossovers differently, but, when you tune the crossovers differently, it's either a case of you got to turn the gain level up on the sub, or reduce the levels on the other speakers, because they'll be doing a masking effect. So if you change the crossover on the subs, so it goes from like that, and then you tune it so it goes down, because you shifted the crossover and turned off and crossed off all the other frequencies. And at the end of the day, think about it, the signal that goes into the sub is no more different frequency response wise, no more different than screen speakers or surround channel outputs. They cover the digital covers the same frequency range, except for the higher, mid and highs. It goes, all the stage channels go from 5 to 20, and surrounds as well. Overheads 5 to 20 frequency range. Sub bass, LFE 5 to 120. And if you get the mixture totally wrong, you wouldn't even know the bloody LFE's playing. And what frequencies, because you've got to look at the frequencies, what they're outputting, what the stage channels are outputting, the surrounds, everything. You've got to look at it all. Otherwise you get something that's going to mask it, and you wouldn't think, is the sub bass on, or is it muted? Is it filtering? Is there something anti-phasing and cutting it out? This guy in his basement, it's just gonna have a regular boom, because I think what he's trying to do is you might as well. That's the thing. You don't get the hair blowing around. If he's trying to achieve that, I think you got to look at the actual, because I don't know how it's done. I haven't got a fucking clue. And a vehicle, when you look at it, it's on the outside, so there's air pressure and all that. You got the window. Oh, my cat Melanie. She's getting super jealous again. She's getting super jealous. Oh. Yeah, you got to think, like, is it something to do with, maybe the window's open? And you're pretty near to the window, and then you play some stupid crappy bass in these stupid car hi-fi things, and then your hair blows around. Or you put any other object of, say, a lightweight piece of fabric or tissue, and it blows around because of the air turbulence within the... is that what that guy's trying to do in his basement? I think he's trying to achieve something, but I don't think we've seen that. I don't think I've seen that in any home. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting science, and providing, of course, it could work with movies like Twister, and be psychoacoustically correct. So when it's on, when you see the performers and all that, and they're on the outside, and you see the lady girl or any of the guy, you know, if you see any hair blowing or whatever, you know, you got to get psychoacoustic. So it's like, whoa, bloody hell, you know, because it's going to be moving around. Oh, Melanie, get off of there. Get off of there. Come on. Get off of there. She's a naughty girl. She's a naughty girl. She's gradually getting disciplined when I tell her, and she knows. You know, because there's a lot of things that can fall over. Cats, when you got them, they're about 90% probability of disaster in the home. She's doing it again. Melanie! Shh! Shh! Get off of there. Shh! Come on. She's doing this to distract me. She's jealous, cat. Come on, get off of there. Shh! Shh! Not knocking things over tonight, Melanie. What are you doing there? Can you stop this behaviour? Can you stop this behaviour there? Some might say, oh, maybe I can't do that anymore. Frankly, I don't want to do that shit. Fucking damage my hearing. Yeah, you're very jealous tonight, aren't you, Mel? Oh, there. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, fuck. Oh, I'm not ready to go in the room yet. Could be hours. Could be hours. I might just do some rambling, like I need to breathe. You know, again, that guy with his lousy, what do you call it? Home theatre in a basement. He's got lousy surround channel. Bloody hell. Was he still going to have the same lousy surround placement? He's got no idea. When was the last time he went to a regular cinema and looked around? And then you think, well, they got these surround speakers, or these these speakers. You got these surround channel with these speakers and this configuration. So how do you put that and miniaturize it and put it in a small room? It's doable, but he hasn't got proper surround configuration in his room. It's like most of the seats that he's going to have are going to have lousy surround configuration, and so you're not getting an experience with the surround. And you got to have the experience, so you look over your shoulder. You can't have speakers incorrectly positioned and seating that's up close to the back wall, really up close to the back wall. It just won't work. to a trained listener. Oh, it's a different experience. So boom, 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 boom. But what most, and what's he going to do? Play the same crappy movies? John Wick? Oh dear, that's just typical gun freak rubbish. But when I put one of those gun freak crappy John Wick Atmos crap movies on, probably be the part 2 version. I'm listening to all the directional sounds and high frequencies and so forth, and the exaggerated bass levels and all this sometimes, because I could look at something and think, I don't think that would happen in reality. But I got bored. I got so fucking bored of those John Wick movies when he got shot 50 fucking times, fell off a fucking hotel, broke his fucking neck and spine, lands on concrete, and then he gets up and walks like he was resurrected. Like he was Jesus Christ and he was resurrected. I just got so bored of those movies. It's just so fucking boring and pointless, mindless, not to say the least, and totally dehumanizing. If it were 30 years ago and those John Wick movies came out, I'd probably like them. But I just totally hate those movies now because they're just a load of rubbish. They make no sense. But that's why they make crap movies, like, so it's loaded with gun freak violence for a gun freak sick people that are sick. But then there's violence in Star Trek too, so they got bigger things than John Wick. They got bloody phasers, and photon torpedoes. What the fuck's John Wick got? a little BB gun. Yeah, and they got Genesis and shit and all that. Yeah, what the fuck's John Wick got? Yeah, alright, come on. I'm going to get out of that now. I'm going to move on. Yeah, well, good luck to that guy in Chicago. Yeah. Personally, I think he should turn his basement into a dining room and use the dining room as a home theatre and just change everything. Well, basically, I think he should just go in his garden, measure it with a tape measure, see how much area he's got, and build a proper, dedicated home theatre in his garden, rather than using that stupid basement. Because there's one thing that you cannot control, is bass. Though fucking sick and tired I am, I keep saying the word bass. It's bass, not bass. Otherwise I think bass is like the bass down here, like the ground or floor of moon base or a base station. It's bass. Fuck's sakes. We can type it, but we can't say it. We always say it incorrectly. We always pronounce it incorrectly. Melanie, come on. Come on, stop this behaviour, Melanie. Melanie. Oh dear. have to give my cat some catnip. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. You know, when you got a garden, you can think, yeah, I'll build it in the garden. You know? You don't need, you know, when you're in a quiet road area and all that, you measure the, you take acoustical measurement for about 1 week, for about 7 days to see what sort of noise levels. Well, yeah. Noise, yeah. No matter what we do or where we go as human beings, we all make noise. Depends on what is audible and disconcerting, and you got other people that fucking hate you because of what they can hear, and they fucking utterly fucking hate you. I can imagine, yeah. I'll try and suppress myself from that other shit that's going on. What are you up to, Mel? You see, I'm rabbiting into Melanie. The cat's hearing is like that. Our hearing, no, actually, I'll make it a little bit wider so it's a little bit clearer. It's the cat. That's cat hearing, and our hearing is like that. We're fucking insignificant compared to a cat. So I'm really probably pissing her off. I need to shut my fucking mouth, be quiet. But there's no fault sensory system like Firefox. So we're a fault sensory system. And you know, communicate silent. She's giving me a stare. Meow. Yeah. So the Spock bump. Got to look at it scientifically. You got to go through a heck of a combination. I think, yeah, like I say, like an A, B, C, D, E. Maybe there might be an F there, you know. Because there's a lot of science there. And then Star Trek To the Wrath of Khan is a lot better than all the John Wick movies put together. Yeah, it's got everything. It's got everything in it. But that might be just my opinion, which I can change, of course. I'm flexible. Other people aren't flexible. They're just, yeah. I don't know. I just see so many rubbish home theatres around and all this, and you know, rooms that are larger than mine, and yet they don't have proper surround configuration, because they don't know. All they know is probably because their age, they might be in their middle 30s, and well, they probably didn't get into all this home theatre thing until they're probably sometime during in their early 20s or something or whatever, and so they don't know much about it, you know, and they hang around on this AVS forum. Yeah. I've been doing multi-surround array in my home cinema since, oh gosh, since the 1990s. You know, because I've done cinema projection, so I thought I'm kind of like, I'm into the image, into the sound. I like the look of the auditoriums. I can be cynical about some auditoriums being not THX. And then you go to the THX ones and you see the same print, the same film, and it's like night and day. It's like, gosh, is that what I've been missing at the other cinema? Bloody hell, I projected that movie so many bloody times, but it was okay. Yeah, it would still be better than probably most home theatres around. But you know why we often say, oh, because it's the bass level that we notice. We notice the middle and high frequency ranges. You know, the bass, mid bass, and the high frequency range. We notice that, but then it's the bass level, and then we think, oh yeah, the bass level's better. Yeah, don't forget, you know, they can still achieve something that would just topple my room and everyone else's home theatre, put everyone else's home theatre and just topple it, tip it over on its side. Because we just simply don't have that size room. But you got to try and think, how the bloody hell is it possible then to try and I don't want it booming, I don't want it buzzing and rattling, and when it starts doing that you think, well, bloody hell, what's going on? You got to look at it very, very carefully, and maybe there might have been some other science involved. That is possible. Things that not even a Trinov or even a Storm Audio could do. Those processors can only do what they are designed to do, and there might be a lot more things that you think there's something missing, and yet the Trinov doesn't have it, so you got to add it. What's called the B chain, a pack of electronics. You got to add some other pack of electronics and maybe change, because the B chain is also the speakers, where they're positioned, what they're at, and the B chain is also the acoustics. So you might have to put some certain things in the room to alter frequencies, and you got to do it scientific. You can't just randomly just put something up there in the room and then just, you know, you got to do it scientifically to see whether the result is scientifically any different in the way it may sound or feel, because it's going to alter certain things. So you got to put microphones up. You could do extensive. If a room is all rectangularly even throughout, and you haven't got any unusual wall surfaces or even actual wall surfaces, so when you tap on it, it's the same foundation surface. If one side is slightly different than the other, then yeah, you're going to have bass issues and so forth. Middles and high frequencies, doubtful. Not unless you turn it up stupidly and it starts to impact, and then but mostly bass frequencies, because bass will find a way. It's like Jurassic. Life finds a way. Bass finds a way. It will find a way somewhere in that room to slip through, and then, oh dear, yeah, you think, what's going on? You can't see it. You look around the room, but this guy in his Chicago room, he's trying to tighten up his ceiling. I'm not surprised. He said there was things falling off the ceiling, like dust and whatever. What the blaze? Oh, have you checked that home to make sure it ain't got any asbestos? Fucking hell. Has he done a check? Because you could get a guy to come round and do a check, you know. I had a guy that came into my home once, my flat, many years ago, checking for asbestos. And yes, there is asbestos in this building. Fuck, yike. Even the floor tiles, they got trace of asbestos. As long as you don't start picking at it and then grinding it up into dust, you're okay. When you start fucking around with it, yeah, that makes me feel uncomfortable, that does. Fucking hell. Yeah, so he's trying to tighten his bloody ceiling up. His ceiling is a bit shallow than mine, I think. I think it might be a few inches shy. 7 feet, 7, 8, hang on, what's mine? 7 feet, 8 inches. So this bedroom is 7 foot 8 inches, hallway 7 foot. Anywhere in the flat area, it's about 7 foot 8 inches. But his basement looks probably maybe about the same, maybe a little shy. I think the guy is about 6 foot. I think he's about 6 foot. So if I were to see him walking around in the room, and then I could look at from the head to the ceiling, and then I can get, and also the door that opens up into the room, because the doors are usually a certain height. And I would say, yeah, his ceiling height is not too far off from mine. It's pretty shallow. And also he's got crap overhead surround speakers, and he seems to go on and babble on about putting new Atmos speaker, or I'll keep the same Atmos speaker. They're not Atmos speakers. Get this through your heads, everybody. They are not Atmos speakers. They are just a speaker. That's all they are. A speaker is a speaker. It's the crossover. It's the crossover that makes the speaker. Crikey. How many fucking years have I been ranting this? Get it through your heads, everybody. Get over the ego. And besides, my overhead speaker layout is the only one on the planet. Oh, yeah. Because it's a different combination. Different technique. It's the same shitty, thing, but they go through extra decodering, and so I get what's called pinpoint position. So if there's a mono signal going into any of those zone, height 1, height 2, height 3, whatever, and so on, it would go mono. It would go into the middle speakers along the ceiling. If it's stereo, then it would use all 3 speakers utilised. But there are very few Atmos mixes that have that sort of technique. Most are just crap. And it's like, fuck you know, what the fucking point of this? And that's why I've just really gotten to a point where I'm fucking fed up with Dolby Atmos. I just don't really care for it anymore, Just don't fucking care for it. At least my home cinemas can cater many sound formats, whereas most other home theatres, larger than mine, and they can't cater all the sound formats. Well, that's disappointing. Bloody hell. Most home theatres don't even have a 5-screen. And that's even ones like the Hum Theatre, that AVS overrated theatre of the decade, and it doesn't even have a 5-screen. It's just got a typical LCR. That's pretty boring. Yeah. There are only a few processors that can do 5-screen. That's the Storm processor and the Trinnov. Maybe the JBL Synthesis, maybe. But there's only few that can do it. But most people, they look at the speaker layout on a Trinnov and they thought, oh, 71512, you know. There are 2 speaker layouts to select. So if you want to go to full Monty, you might as well just go to full Monty. And then also out of that full Monty, you can create other speaker configurations, like all these die-hard people that want to do bloody IMAX. Like this other guy, what's his name on YouTube? He does speaker reviews, or he does reviews sometimes for the E-Acoustics. He's got a beard. Don't know what is, something Elon or something. Not Elon Musk, but something Elon or whatever. Yeah, and he's like, yeah, well, it's easy to do a mini Limax in your home, because that's what it would be. It'd be a Lime. It wouldn't be an IMAX. It'd be a Limax. I don't see a room that's 80 feet wide. Well, no, actually, it's got to be a bit more than 80 feet wide, because you're looking at the rest of the foundation of the building itself, which would be a little bit more than 80 feet wide and a little bit more than 60 feet high. Yeah. Otherwise, just put a regular screen in a room. You just get the projector as far back. Well, actually, the projector should be behind the wall with a port window, so you don't hear any fan noise whatsoever on that projector. Doesn't matter how bloody quiet they say. If it's 30 dB, you're still going to hear that fan on that projector. You look at an OLED. They don't have fans on those. They're completely silent. Unless, of course, the electronics malfunction, then it starts making buzzing or humming noises, which are very few far between. But basically, they're silent. Just as we look with reality. I hear tinnitus in my ears at the moment, at present, because I fucking censor around in 1979. Fucking Battle fucking Star fucking Galactica gave me fucking tinnitus. But if I look around, normally, you know, when the tinnitus level is kind of like that at the moment, I think. There's other days where I've noticed it's like that. I don't even notice it. It's not being triggered. It's not being stimulated and triggered off. So something causes it to be stimulated and to trigger it, and then it sounds. Otherwise, we look around a room and we don't hear anything. We might hear background sounds like a clock ticking or something like that, or maybe a central heating system that's turned on, and you can hear, you know. But it's good that you can hear that, because then, great. You can brag about the frequency range on your hearing. And a little bit more than that. A lot more beside all that. A lot more besides all that. Because our mind is very clever at mapping direction, positions. Where you got crappy Atmos, and we're just taking Dolby Labs' opinion on their shitty speaker layout. I mean, the screen speakers, that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed at all. That's basically been the same since the 1950s, with 5-screen 70mm Todd AO. Surround configuration, no, that's not really changed at all. The only thing they've done is add more speakers along those, you know, and I think, what is the logic of that? Shouldn't they be going below on the floor, in-floor speaker, directional sound, diffused or whatever? Shouldn't they be focusing that way? Because this way has already been done. It's very easy if you want to add more speakers on the sidewall without all this other bullshit Dolby Atmos shit, because I guarantee you most of those speakers are going to be having some shit sound mixing going into it, and you think, what is the logic to listen to that shitty little bit of sound that I just heard? And you spent a cinema man has spent maybe $400 per fucking speaker. Fucking hell. I don't think it's going to be making an investment back very soon, you know. And it's the same with the home. Buy second hand. Don't buy brand new shitty home theatre speakers. Buy, you know, my room is tiny. This guy's got his room, his dimensions are only just a fraction, a tiny trifle, few more foot or so than my room. So, yeah. And he wants to put, how many? 20 JER 24-inch subs. That's sad. What, like 18-inch ones weren't good enough? You think just because you're going, what's it, 6 inches? 9, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. How many inches? 20 what size subs again? Yeah, just because it's got the cone size. But is the voice coil the same similar voice? Is it the same similar voice coil size as the previous ones? Otherwise, you're looking at a cone, depending on what it's doing, and the air pressure inside, and it's just moving. When you probably measure it outdoors, I would guess, and put microphones all around. I mean a shitload of microphones. I'm not talking about some guy on audio holics and he just sets something up in a bloody, you know, with a single microphone. I'm talking a shitload of microphones. Shitload. So you could do scientific tests and sort of get results. And you think, this is how it is outside. So on the inside, it's going to be more or less like this. And what's more, this guy's spending a lot of, well, it's his money. If he doesn't like it, he could sell it. People out there want to buy it. I got a few things up for sale. You know, everybody wants these things these days, you know. Yeah. But you got to focus on mechanical vibration. You walk into a room, you want to feel it mechanically the moment you walk into that room. Not just hear boom, boom, boom on your fucking ears. Bloody hell. You want to hear less of that, but you want to feel the mechanical. Otherwise, a sub-bass speaker is pretty kaput, really. It's just a crossover network. That's just frequency divisioning a speaker, and then it's called sub-bass with maybe infrasonic, because you're not really, because that speaker is still drifting and going down to below 20, and below 20 is then going into the infrasonic range. 20 down to 0 hertz or 0.1 or 0.5 hertz. Then you're going down into the infrasonic territory. So the sub is, you might as well just call them sub-infrasonic, because it's not like they got a filter at 20 Hz and it just cuts off, or maybe a little bit before, because it depends when you look at it on the RTA direct frequency response, where the 48 dB, or you can add 2 filters, 48, 48. So that's what's that, 80, 19, 50. I'm really shit with mathematics, but you get what I mean. You just add 2 48s, and it would be like a brick. It would be like a brick wall. You wouldn't notice any, and your sub wouldn't be moving like this when it goes down onto the infrasonic frequencies, because of the slow movement on the frequency, which of course you can see on the SPL meter. If you switch your SPL meter to fast setting, you can see the needle kind of wobbling like this. And when you put your hand on the cone, you can feel your hand moving back and forth like that with the cone. Most people don't do that. They don't test that thing. And you know, when you think, yeah, it's kind of kinky when you feel it. It's kind of kinky. And then you're standing in front of it. But do you feel it? Not really. Not really. Because it's no more different than someone in front of me, standing in front of me, and I'm doing that with my hand. I'm not touching them, I'm just doing that. Can you feel it? No, I can't feel anything. Well, okay, that's good. Every room can do infrasonic frequency. You set a microphone up in the room. You put use the Spectrum Lab. Use too many colours, and you stand near the door, and then you start opening and moving the door like this, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then you start seeing an infrasonic frequency appearing on the Spectrum Lab, which is, well, I've already done that test, so yeah, down to 5 Hertz. Well, it's pretty wide actually, you know, like 1 to maybe 5 or 6 Hertz. It's covering a pretty broad little range. And there's also other frequency as well, as it's going up through the infrasonic range, and then up to the sub-bass range. Yeah, and that's just the door, moving it back and forth. Open a window in the room, you change the pressure. Then you might see the curtains flapping. You close the window, then you don't see the curtain flapping, because you're changing the pressure in the room, because the frequency, you're creating a long wavelength. Probably if you put a microphone outside the window, though the range, the gain level will dissipate, and then you'll need it's like you say, you need a bigger boat, you need a bigger door. That's all. It's not, I just find it scientifically sometimes interesting. Sometimes I find it just plain fucking boring. You don't need to spend millions of dollars on these crappy $1 million speakers, really. Crikey. Crappy hi-fi audiophile speakers. Seriously, most, you know, I know, everyone else knows, but everyone else, they don't know. and they may not have a brain in their head, you know, but they do know they want to go down and fuck all the little girls. Yeah, there's lots of easy things that you could do. Like if you got a room at a certain size and you want to do some sort of interior sound acoustical reinforcement. Oh, my cat. Oh, she's on the jealousy defensive again. Oh. Why you come over here, girl? Come over here. Oh, what's she doing roaming around? Yeah, I was thinking of, but that would limit the height in the room by, well, it doesn't really matter because the speakers, when they're on the ceiling, I mean, I can't put them flush in the ceiling as much as I would like to, or as much as I can make it appear that way, like, but then when someone would come into the room, they think, bloody hell, this room is bloody small, you know? I've had a guy that's about 7 foot. This is many years ago. I wanted something built, but I didn't go through with it. But he was saying how he was very tall. I said, how tall? 7 foot something. And I wasn't kidding. When he came, it was only a few. His head was only a few inches away from the blood, or so many inches away from the ceiling. He even had to crouch down slightly when he went through the door, because he's taller than the door. I thought, bloody hell. Yeah, I wanted some something simple done in wood, but I didn't go. I can't even remember what it was now. I wanted something done in wood years ago, but didn't go through with it. So yeah, if I make the ceiling, if I put something across the ceiling to hide the speakers, not that you notice them much when you turn the light off, because it depends on light that's coming from the projection screen or the OLED. And I never turn the light off for the OLED. It's only for the projector. So yeah, if I were to put a fabric, have a wooden frame or a framing, doesn't matter if it's wood, plastic, aluminium, I don't really give a shit. A frame, and then it can have a stretched fabric put across it, and then it would just hide the speakers that are on the ceiling. But it's got to be something I want to, if I want to add some more of the same JBL on the ceiling. Yeah, I've got, yeah. See, it's a big deal, you see. You got to plan this. Oh, you got to plan the home theatre out to be something that will be in the future, but it's not going to happen. Otherwise, Dolby Labs would have come out with a Mark II version of Dolby Atmos by now. 15 years of their lying bullshit and their crappy speaker layout. It is flawed. It's doing a little bit of the same of the old technique and only a little bit of, something they say is new. Otherwise you might say, I don't know, overhead speakers or simply just overhead speakers. I mean, Cinerama Ice Station Zebra, though I didn't see it because I was too young. They've been doing that since 1969. Overhead speakers, wow. I got Ice Station Zebra on disc. Directional sound across the screen. Dialogue's all moving and everything else. And it's a lot better, I'll tell you, it's a lot better than a John Wick movie. It's more of a thinking man's movie. John Wick is just a load of mindless rubbish. Dehumanizing rubbish. Yeah, enough about John Wick. I think you should go back to the Matrix. Yeah, I could simulate similar-ish to the downtown derelict Odeon. Yeah, just switch on the experimental. Yeah, I'm the only home cinema on the planet that can do experimental overhead surround. Yeah. You can sort of program it in a Trinov or a Storm audio processor. You can sort of program it, but it's it doesn't quite work proper. I tried it myself, and I noticed the difference, and I thought, there's not much bass level going on. It's like something weird going on, because all you do basically is in a Storm processor, it's a little bit easier in the layout after you've done it so many times. You get used to programming new theatre modes, and I'm not sure how many theatre modes you can actually program onto that processor. Anyway, so you look at the surrounds, the regular surround. Then you got something that's you want to add or duplicate. So you create not just one, but 2, 3, 4, and whatever. You know what you're going to do for the overhead, experimental. So you create so many, and then out of all of that, you've got so many speakers that will still do the sidewall and the back. It's called the left half, right half configuration. So you can still do that, but you still got so many, and then you, out of all the other speakers, you assign them to go to be placed above, but you don't actually program or tell the processor that it's for Dolby Atmos or anything like that. So it's tricky, but when I listened to it, I thought, there's something missing, because it's also going through another processing on the processor, and it's like subtracting something. And I thought, it's far better when I use my experimental, because I get a better bass response, and sometimes the bass response even feels like I got the bloody subwoofer turned on. It's only an illusion, that's all it is. But it feels like I got the blimmin' sub turned on. And I think, I haven't got the sub turned on, have I? So it gives good frequency coverage, and that's on 9 speakers. Or I can switch some speaker amplifier, or I can switch some amplifiers off and only use certain amount, because the way it's running through the Dolby SA10s. I've got something that's equivalent to the SA10, but it's a watered down Dolby EX, which is only a 3-channel process. Not the 4-channel with the extra rear matrix, or the extra matrix mono signal, blah blah. You know. You should know. I shouldn't have to bloody tell people, crying out loud. But yeah, you got to now, because some things that Dolby Labs have been suppressing just because so they can keep their Atmos relevant and make money off of it. Sick, greedy money off of it. Actually, my surround speakers for the size room will probably be not even far off to be like sonic whole overhead sound. 2001 or 2002 we were soldiers, yeah, so it's probably not far off from that, and I can add at least 15 more speakers on the ceiling if I wanted to. But that just means a pain in the arse, because I'll be completely exhausted in the kitchen for any more amplifiers to be fitted in the rack. Unless I revamp my home and do some drastic alteration where I can put more amplifiers. Otherwise I'm running close to, not too far off from close to 80 amplifiers. That's just a little bit too much. I would never say the word overkill. I would just say it's a little bit too much, and it just to watch a movie. Bloody hell! But then you go to movies, and you have no idea how many amplifiers they got in the booth or behind the screen. There might be amplifiers behind the screen to power the stage and the subs, and all the amplifiers in the booth to run the speakers for the surrounds, the surround speaker channel. I think can't really go too over the top, otherwise it's like the Titanic. It struck an iceberg, you know, because of their ego. Their ego killed, yeah, nearly everybody on that ship. Well, won't be any of that going. Won't be striking any icebergs today. There's an interesting test last night. Oh, was it yesterday? Yeah, it's today now. Bloody hell. Sunday is always kind of Star Trek religious day. Star Trek day. Because I saw the Star Treks on our Sunday. 8th of October, 1989. And it was game change. I can remember the whole experience going on the coach, the vibration on the coach, the acoustical sound, which is quieter on a coach than a bus, because a bus is regularly noisy. A coach is less noisy, a bit more comfortable because of the long travel duration. But you still feel road surface vibrations and all that occasionally. You feel mechanical road vibrations. And it was like, so, this is really Star Trek too, but
no matter what, my fortune favored the foolish.
Fortune favor the foolish. Warp speed, Mr. Zulu.
I'm going to stop that one there, because that, really, honestly, that is a shit upload. That is too quiet. Even on this laptop, that is too quiet. What the fuck? Is there a better upload than this? This is like finding, you know, because I'll tell you, some uploads are really crap. They're too quiet. It's probably the same DVD or whatever everyone else has used, but it's the uploader and the probably how they, you know, it's nothing to do with this YouTube compression. That's a load of bullshit. It's just the signal on the audio is just too damn quiet. But this one doesn't even look any better. The bloody image looks a little bit too stretched in the vertical, so that looks pretty crap. Bloody hell. Oh dear. No, there's nothing here that's there's nothing here I can even show. Right. I think that no. Well, push come to shove. What's this one? Oh no, I'm not playing that shitty one. They got bloody high frame rate shit and all this. Fucking hell, I don't want to see soap opera bloody motion effect. Thank you very much. See, there's some shitty videos on YouTube today. Really. Fucking hell, I got that. Fucking hell, that's one's even dire. Bloody high frame rate. Shove your high frame rate where the sun doesn't shine. Fucking hell. What's this one like? Just... Oh, it looks okay. Oh no, it's still a little bit stretched. But you gotta be kidding. I got everything up at full level here, and it's still, this one even still sounds quiet. Fucking hell. Yeah, another thing I gotta try and figure out is, I don't usually use YouTube for you know, if there's a movie on YouTube, you know, it plays in Dolby Stereo 424 Matrix. There's something on the bloody computer that's not even unfolding the signal. The bloody surround signal's going on to left and right front. Get surround on the channels, but not the signal going in the proper position. Bloody computer. It's that fucking Bill Gates and his fucking shit, innit? Maybe I should get an older computer that doesn't have all that Bill Gates fucking Windows fucking 11 shit on it. There's nothing here that's usable. No, bloody hell. No. Anyway, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
With the big one from Ariel.
So enough of that. So yeah, the time travel. The time travel in Star Trek 2, when they go time travel, wow. It felt, you don't just hear it in the Empire, you feel it mechanical, you feel mechanical vibration. And then, like say, if an auditorium is or a room is acoustically treated, so you don't hear this honky, typical what you hear in these crappy home theatre, home cinema, typically a home cinema. I saw a video the other day and I thought, oh god, bloody hell. Yeah, they're trying to promote or push that M&K speaker, rubbish. How much does that cost? Yeah, you might as well just... Yeah, and looking at the room, which is larger than mine, and it looks like it's in a basement in the UK somewhere, and they're just using crappy M&K speakers, and they're probably dumping all the LCR bass level into the subs. Like I say, again, that's incorrect. That's not how it's done professionally in all these, proper cinema reproduction things. So very rare would I use any LCRS dumping it into the sub bass channel, because you'll create a mess. You'll create a mess with it. I'll say again, you'll create a mess. The proper way, and when you think of it logically, if you got a misbalance in all the other channels and so forth, it's like creating the same thing again, a mess. The only real reason they used that, I think, was because of they know the home is going to be small. They know that you can't put the same typically JBL PA speakers in the home. Well, I've managed to anyway, with great difficulty. But years ago, it was just small speakers. You got theatrical mixes on Laserdisc. You get to the small disc format. Very rare. Is it going to be a theatrical mix, or is it going to be one of these shitty near-field mixes that deserves and belongs in the cat litter? Because it's like, what the bloody hell they done it? It's like they watered it down. It's like, where's all the dynamic range gone to? Where's the frequency range gone to? What the blazes have they done to it? Yeah, that's why some home cinemas and such have media things. That is, I don't care for 35mm projection myself, but I don't like it. It's too fucking noisy. The projectors, that is, they're just too fucking noisy. I don't want to hear that shit. I had to fucking listen to that fucking shit over the years in the past. Fucking hell, those things are fucking loud. You need to wear earplugs. You can just move around because you filter the noise down, and it's less taxing on your, it's less taxing on your nerves. Because when you watch a movie in an auditorium, you don't really hear the projector noise because of the thickness or design of the port window glass. But that's not true. If the auditorium's totally quiet and that projector's running, you can just faintly hear it behind the port window. You can just faintly hear it. But when you got, the soundtrack that's going to be at a certain level, you get a masking effect. You don't notice it unless there was something absolutely dead silent, fucking quiet in the soundtrack for a few seconds or so, and then you happen to notice a very faint sound that's directionally behind you, coming from a port window. Now then. Yeah. I was doing things last night, although I like to keep it a little bit top secret. This is with the microphones, and though I was only using a single solo microphone last night, I was only using a solo. I could have used the other audio mixer and use up to maybe 4 microphones, or I could spend 10 minutes, well no, a little bit more than that, takes about maybe, I'm just doing the simulation in my head, set up the audio mixer, the large audio mixer, about 3, and then pick it up, and maybe about 4 minutes, maybe 5 at the least. That's setting up the audio mixer so it's in front of me. So I set the stand up, and I'll pick the mixer up, put it on the stand in front of me, and then I've got to set up the microphones. I've only got up to about 18 microphones, I think. I wanted to go for 24 microphones for a top secret, highly classified, makes Anthony Grimani look like a Vitaphone. Sorry, Anthony Grimani, but I think you met your match, mate. So I want to go a little bit way, because he only goes to snobby home people, rich people, and because they're going to be throwing stupid money at him, so he gets greedy rich. But I don't think he's going full Monty with all that money that he's, seeing some of the crappy microphones that he uses. Really, I mean, they're good microphones, but just not enough. Because there's other things I want to test. And place microphones in certain positions and test, and then maybe do some frequency EQ manipulation, and seeing what the playback effect is like, what it feels like, or rather what it sounds and feels like. And sometimes you use your hand. You've got to talk to the hand sometimes. It's pretty reflective with sound, in the way you can move it behind and round your ears and position angles, and its sound is reflecting. You think, I'm getting sound not quite arriving. You can use your hand and talk to the fucking hand, Does Anthony Grimani go that far? I don't see any videos. I don't see any videos, really. I think there's a lot of... I think it's just more into the money rather than... Yes. Which one's which? That one there. Oh, yeah, that one there. It's amazing, even behind that glass. Oh, well, it looks like it's not glass. It looks like perspex in the movie or whatever, and you can still hear dialogue that's got sibilant on it. Otherwise, it'll be a little bit muffled. It's got to come through a speaker system, and then it's got to have a certain frequency to it. But you know, because it's the way the speaker is. But you know, it's Star Trek, so it's probably special plastic thing shielding, and voice sound particles can pass through it. Otherwise, you put anything like that that's clear, transparent, like that material in front, with speakers behind it, you're not going to hear the high frequency much. You'll probably notice a little bass rumble or such, but you probably wouldn't notice because it'd be a masking effect. The material will be adding a very severe masking effect. But yeah, you got to take it like a pinch of salt. This movie's still better than John Wick, easily. It almost looks better than The Empire Strikes Back. Well, maybe that's a little bit too harsh on The Empire Strikes Back, especially when that fucking Millennium Falcon fucking hovers underneath the Cloud City. Fucking hell. Feel the bloody bass energy on that bloody Falcon, and then when it's adjusting its thrusters or such and pitching, and you get this high pitch, wow, on the JBL theatrical motion picture system. Wow, bloody hell, brilliant. Yeah, you don't get that in home theatres, do you? Yeah, high frequency, but not the bandwidth of a proper motion picture HF horn. Yeah, that's endgame. That is endgame territory. Oh. Yeah, the needs of the sub outweigh the many of the subs.
Final frontier. Space. The final frontier. These are the continuing voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Enterprise. Her ongoing mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life
That
forms.
makes me dizzy.
Strange, continuing.
If you track it carefully, where the camera starts panning,
The final frontier.
and it's kind of going in a circular rotation, and then where the planet and then the star in the background, you know, going round. And so by the time it comes all around, the planet and the star or such will be somewhere over your left side shoulder. Difficult to position the angle degrees wise, but somewhere over your left, but off screen, but you can't see it because it's off. The planet and all that now is off screen because it's done a complete horizontal rotation. But there, you know, in space there's no upside down diagonal. What, it's complete weightless, but it's somewhere over your left side shoulder now, off screen. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about this fucking movie. Fucking science in it is bloody brilliant. Though, you know, there's a lot that's not totally accurate because of certain effects where they try to create zero gravity effects with things blowing up and you think it's floating. They film that the opposite way, so when it's, you know, you put it on and you think, wow, look at that. And it's all practical, none of that Jar Jar Abrams crap with bloody lens bloody glares that, bloody hell, what the fuck's he trying to do, blind us? Who thinks Jar Jar Abrams sucks as a filmmaker? Oh, good riddance. God, glad we don't have to fucking hear much about that fucking guy anymore. Fucking worst filmmaker I've ever come across in all my years. Why the fuck did I watch his... You know, how many of his shitty movies have I got? Was that dinosaur movie or whatever the fuck it was, Godzilla thing? What the fuck was that movie called? Cloverfield. I thought that was a fucking spread butter thing sort of shit because they make Cloverfield butter. And I thought it was about a movie about spreading butter onto bread. Cloverfield. Okay, now who watches that shit movie anymore? I don't even watch it anymore. I mean, it was okay a few years ago. You brag about it on the AVS forum. Oh, fucking bass, the bass level. Oh, the LFE, the LF. Okay, now, who talks about that movie anymore? Fuck's sake, it's like, it's faded away. And Super 8, that other movie, Super 8. I don't even play that shit anymore. Yeah, I played that movie once and I thought, fucking, I just got so fucking fed up with all those fucking lens flare glares in my eyes. Don't even play that shit anymore. Faded away. And all those Star Treks faded away. And those Star Wars faded away. God, he really knows how to make shit, doesn't he? Oh, it makes money, but it is shit. Production quality, shit-wise. Oh, that's why they can't make Star Trek anymore. I think that's why the Star Trek, what they call it now? What they call that fucking thing? Something Star Trek. Yes, at the Academy. I met him at the Academy. Yes, he was quite a intellectual reader at the Academy. That's what Captain Kirk always said in the TOS. Yes, at the Academy. Who watches that shit? I haven't seen a single episode and I don't care to. And all the other Star Treks that have been popping up on the TV or wherever over the last few years, I've not even watched. I've seen a little bit of that Picard, and you get a little bit of an erection, you know, you get a hard on when you see the Enterprise coming out of the space station and then make it so, and then it goes into warp drive, and you get a little bit of an erection for a brief moment. That's all you get. A hard on. And with the dramatic music, the way the music's done, you know what I mean? You get, otherwise I'm thinking, I don't know. What are they trying to do? Get fanboys glued to the bloody TV and get ratings? Otherwise, that kind of faded away. It had something like near to the end where you think it would go on to another season, but cancelled. I think this Academy thing is dead on arrival. At the Academy, of course. It's dead. Dead, Jim. It's dead, Jim. Yeah. And I think, they talked about other Star Trek movies. It's dead, Jim. I think what's the word? What's the fucking word? Oh God. Rebooting. I think the rebooting thing now is basically got the boot. Boom. The boot's come in and kicked the reboot. Boom. I think we're fed up with this fucking shitty rebooting now. The audience have spoken. The public has spoken. Fucking hell. Just show the originals back on the cinema. Well, no, don't even bother, because we got these fucking movies and we can show them. We can play them any time of the fucking 24-hour fucking day. Cinema, to me, is... Cinema is dead. We can just put these things on, and providing you got some technologies, and providing of course you've seen it. Yeah, fucking hell, Empire, Leicester Square. Yeah. It's like having a hard-on erection. Yeah, you just wouldn't get anywhere else. You could have a lot of hot girls in front of you, and your dick just goes from like that to like that. Empire, THX, JBL. Oh God. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think some say today, some people are just not interested in women anymore. Fucking hell. What is the social society coming to? Oh dear. Because that's all Captain Kirk does, isn't it? At the Academy, of course. Yeah, enough of that. Not into that. I do like that Starfield. You watch the end credits, the Starfield is that's it. Starfield effects by Evans and Sutland. Digistar system. Digistar system still exists to this day. They use it mostly, I think, for planetarium. So you go to those planetariums, yeah. They got a bit more advanced, it's a little bit, well, the more things change, the more they remain the same. It's just a different upgrade versions of what they got today. Starfield effect, pretty neat in the movie. Looks pretty neat. I wouldn't mind that effect being projected in the room, but light would only shine onto a surface It's not like you could put a star here, you know, or like you know, you put a star here in this position, and you got another one over projected onto a surface, and you got another one here. Unless that's done through some very clever bloody holographic something holographic. Like you see in some of these movies, they create these holographic effects. So the optical effect is literally going, you know, right in front of you, and then goes out, and then you see all other objects. You know, can Dolby Atmos do that? I think that would be probably a Mark 5 or Mark 6 version, sometime way in the future. Is that to the extent of how fucking bored we are getting? Because you do the same job, the same thing every fucking day. It's always the same. It's a little different, but it's always the same environment. You know, and you got to like think, put your head in the clouds and do some daydreaming, and really you think, you know. But you got, whatever it is you do, don't fuck up on the quality control checking, please. If you're doing QC checking, you know, don't fuck it up and daydream and get in a hurry and want to have your coffee break, please, because you get products that go out there and it's like, what the fuck's wrong with this? You know, is anybody else experiencing this? No. And you think, yeah, someone had to go on their coffee break and they didn't do a QC check, and they fucking hell, they stick it in a cardboard box and out it goes. Well, yeah, la-di-da. It's like speakers, you know. Someone's rushing it, and then you get a speaker that's totally defective. Like I had a JBL component, a bass drive. I didn't really pick up onto it. You know, and usually, like I say, there is a test procedure that you should go through. You got to take just because all those speakers look the same doesn't necessarily mean they're going to perform or work in the same way. You got to check. You got to take them all out, test them, that they're all okay. There's nothing defective, because when you put it in the install, and it's like, fuck, something defective there, and it's fucking up the entire fucking EQ, and you got to order another part, and you got to wait until that part arrives, and then test it. Yeah, it's okay, and then and put it in the install. Otherwise, you know, if you get close to this cinema's got to open and we got a defective speaker, it's either we turn the take the wiring off the amplifier in the you know, to deactivate the speaker so it won't sound distracting. Yeah. So I had to get a new, you know, to put, you know, because it made a rattling sound, a buzzing rattling. Because the center voice coil, that's the magnet, that's the voice coil, and it should go in smooth, but it was rubbing on a certain roundness of the voice coil, and so when a certain bass frequency goes into it, be whether it generated sine wave or soundtrack, at a certain frequency it will start rubbing and rattling. And you take the driver out and you press gently around it, and then you can hear it rubbing. And you press in another area, you don't hear it rubbing. Then you do another thing where you're tapping along it gently, and it makes a kind of different sound in an area where it's like, that's where it's rubbing. You tap it in another area, it doesn't make that sound. Yeah, you do all that, and you know you got a defective. You can't really rip the cone out. If you did, you got to do it extremely carefully to take the cone and the flexible springy, is it the spider? You got to take that out, the whole fucking thing, desolder the copper wires. You know, if you very carefully take it out intact without fucking it up, you could possibly re-glue it and center the voice coil so it's not touching the magnet, because the magnet and the voice generates the, you know, the movement. They used to, many years ago, speakers, they were electronically generating a magnetic field, and then later years they found a way to energize it and create the magnetic field on the magnet. Otherwise, I don't know what those other ones would have been sounding like. If they would have other sort of weird noises, or maybe they had limitations. I don't know. It's many decades ago, that. I don't think I'm going in the room tonight. I've got things switched on, the processor switched on, but the amplifiers and everything else, and nothing else is switched on. I've still got the bloody light switched on in the room, so I might as well just go and turn it all off, because I'm doing the rehearsing, I'm doing all the, you know, there's so many ways, you know, and just thinking. How the fuck do you save the, what they call it, the FFTs? Or the no, not the FFT, the FIR filters. It just means there's just a few more many of them than the regular, but then I got to think, back then they didn't have, I don't think they would have had, no, there was nothing else in that system. There's nothing else in that, you know, other than the auditorium, its design, and the JBL THX system built into that auditorium. And I got to do, you know, I could probably, shh, I'm not going to say. Top secret. But I'll talk about something else. So like I say, because I could set multiple microphones up. just go. Just let that play silent. It's interesting, the masking, or the the uploader here. They got it. They got the 235 centered, so to speak. That's really how it should be on a projection screen in the home, on a 16:9 screen, on a 16:9, because of the nature of 35mm. And of course, when you go, from, Academy ratio, which is like that, very small, and then you go to widescreen, it goes out a little bit wider, and then it goes a little bit higher than Academy ratio, and then for scope, it stays at the same height as widescreen, only it goes out a little bit wider, and then for 70mm, it goes out a bit more wider and a little bit more higher. So that's more or less how it should be. A little bit difficult to see it there because the image is dark. But we tend to widen the image out a little bit, make it look, make it look like 70mm without it being all totally totally cropped off, because usually on 70mm blow-ups they're going to crop off a little bit of the image. Some I believe that have been done use the entire frame. So basically the film is just a little bit larger, so you get a bit more light onto that image, so it looks a bit more brighter, a bit sharper. And exclusively it's carrying 6-track magnetic stripe, magnetic soundtrack, uncompressed audio. But it's got to be handled very carefully, so it runs as what it's predicted, because it can only run so many times until it wears out, and then you got to get another print. Just like anything that wears out, you wear your shoes out, don't you? And you got to get a new pair of shoes. Of course, it depends on what sorts of shoes you got. Do you get the regular shoes that you throw away, or do you get shoes where, when the heel, or the what's it, and you take it to a what's it, and then you get it redone. Also, the colour on this uploader on the Star Trek 2 is a bit wrong. It's came from that bloody, oh fucking hell, that god awful Blu-ray or whatever it was, fucking hell, where they tint the colour. Oh god, if you knew what colour they tinted it with, maybe you can use a colour mixing console. And then you can use an reverse it, so you put the colour back to how it should look. You can gradually see the optical transparency. But you got to be you got a deep look. You got to be deeply looking for it, where you can see the transparency between the optical superimposing. But it looks a lot better than this CGI crap today. Bloody hell. I mean, CGI crap and all this AI crap. Especially this AI crap. It is bloody soulless and bloody dehumanising. I'm sick and tired of seeing fucking short videos on Facebook with these, where you see a polar bear, you see a little fucking girl in a zoo, and it's like, oh, and you got all these fake fucking voices. It's always the same fake shit voices that you hear. Oh, save the girl, save the girl. I'd rather the bloody polar bear went down there and bit her fucking head off and then spat it out, rather than showing all this bullshit. Fucking AI. Fucking can't stand it. I would never sink so fucking low to downloading a fucking AI to do some shitty short video. I would never sink that fucking low. It is soulless. And I'm sick and tired of seeing these photographs that are... Oh, I'm sick of that shit. And all these other shitty videos were showing dead actors and all that with wings, you know, bloody wings on their... Oh, I'm sick of these shitty videos they do now. Just so they can gain fucking shitload of money. Yeah. I got an imagination, you know, and it's just like AI, only I don't use AI. Even fucking OLEDs TVs, they stick this AI shit on it. I just switch it off. I don't fucking want it turned on. Yeah, trying to get back into the Star Trek. There's a lot of technical science here that I'm doing on this here, you know. But like I say before, at the end of the day, it is nothing more than a pack of It's nothing more than an immaterial pack of electronics. It's just how you go about it. Yeah, that's another thing I've not taken much into consideration. It's very difficult with these people, these integrators and all that, you know. And any installer, whatever, you hire someone, you know, and you got to hire someone that knows and understands. You can't just hire someone, you know, to help you move this speakers from here to here and all that, and you know, because they might not be really into it. They might do some home cinema thing, you know, but to someone that understands the science of sound and the way things have got to be constructed, and you got to be involved, and you got to have some part in it, or you might only be supervising. You got to make going through the process, you got to test speakers and shit whilst it's going through the assembly to make sure that it's going to be what you think it would be. Or, you know, you look at a computer simulation thing, well, it's got to be something fucking masterfully very clever. Otherwise, it doesn't know what that wall density is like or what it's made of, and it doesn't even know that the other side is plasterboard. I mean, it's like Room EQ Wizard, the room simulator. It needs to be a little bit updated, because it just shows a typical square or rectangular or whatever, but you can't design or put anything else in it, or windows, and tell it that the density, the thickness, and whatever, blah blah blah, and there'll be other computer model simulations that say, yeah, you're going to get this sound sort of leakage or whatever through this sort of density of glass. It doesn't know any of that. So thus you're going to get weird bass frequencies in the room that you know. Otherwise, you build a room that's like that, and you make the walls the same structure. And it doesn't even know anything else about the elevation of, you know, if you got the floor elevating from the screen higher up here to, you know, doesn't know that. And where you see these what do you call it? Hang on, change that.
Dulcolax works naturally.
Wow. See, even the bridge on the Enterprise, you cut to the Reliant and the Enterprise, they got different sort of rumble effect. The Reliant is a little bit quieter because it's a brand new ship, maybe, you know, than the Enterprise. The Enterprise is a little bit older. Or maybe it's just the way the whole ship is all coupled together, and the vibration and the it's probably coming from the engineering, you know. Bloody hell, they need to sort the acoustics out there down in the engine and get it a little bit noiseful, get it quieter. I haven't got the power, Captain. Because, you know, but when you notice it on the bridge, you notice it typically in the surrounds, the rumbling sound and such. But you should also feel it, because they would be if it was a real Enterprise. It's just a movie set. You know, when you walk around it and you hear them in the production thing walking around on it, you can hear what they're walking on, and you think, But when you hear it in sound effects, it's like, oh, right, that's interesting. But you would feel the mechanical vibration in the floor. It's like I say, it then feels like you're on the bridge of the Enterprise. And when you get these sometimes explosions going on, where sometimes they might appear up in the corner, or maybe below, like something go boom. Fucking hell. So it's amazing the thing didn't bloody breach or crack and they all get sucked out into space. But yeah, you've got to think and think. It's like that. It's like that bit there. That's interesting. Like you see it shaking, a vibration. I like this bit here. There's a lot of detail, the nuances. Where you got the tactical display. Between the, it's getting clear frequency range. It's getting clear frequency range. So you hear the dialogue and you hear this deet, 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 deet. But it's very difficult to get a focus on all that information, because you got music, sound effects, and so other many tracks all playing discrete mixing in the center stage. Because, wow, when that fucking played in the Empire Leicester Square, fucking hell, ate on my ear for only a brief few seconds. That sounding was like phenomenal. Endgame. It was fucking Endgame. It was like fucking this and that, fucking clarity. Wow. Because it's got to be big and bold, because it's for a large screen and a large auditorium. You want to be able to move kind of around a little bit side to side and still be able to hear it clear. Lock-in phasers on target. The what? Faces sometime, yes. Fucking hell. They can't even get this fucking AI shit on fucking YouTube, right, can they? This is the different colour version, the colour where it looks kind of like seasick green. I don't know what the fuck they tinted it, but it's terrible, the colour. I mean, it's watchable, but, some people would just notice there's something weird about the colour there, isn't there? What the fuck are they doing? They revisioned the colour. Dear.
Their shields are going up.
Lock faces. Locking.
Their shields are going up.
Lock faces. Locking.
I can just barely hear the bleep 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 sound in the fold down here. It's a little bit clearer when it's in discrete sound. Unless, of course, you can do an upload where you do you take the discrete sound and you just do it in the audio mixing so that you can bring up the center signal such a little bit, so it sounds clear. Otherwise, when it's kind of folded down into a left total, right total, sort of thing, it's a little bit hard to notice it. You get a bit of masking effect going on, and so forth.
Phasers on target.
Shields are going up.
Lock phasers. Locking phase.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers.
Plus I can hear some actual audio compression, and that's probably the it could be the analog or the on the DVD, because the digital track would have a slightly different sound. And you go over to the left total, right total output signal, and it might have a bit of audio compression on it.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields. Fire! Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields.
I like that. William Shatner rules. I just like that, because Captain Kirk at that point, he realises the ship is in serious trouble, and you just got to kind of like, oh no. He realises that the shields are not going to fully raise up on the Enterprise in time, because now he realises for whatever reason they're going to fire, but they don't know where they're going to fire. The shields will start raising up on the saucer. They're going to start. That's where they're going to first start, and then they work its way the way through the downward down to the lower part of the Enterprise, and then the engines and all that, until they got shields fully up and running. But that's what makes this movie brilliant. I could just play that over and over and over, because I like the tension and the editing and the music. Yeah, Captain Kirk rules. I like that. Ray shields.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields. Fire! Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Ray shields. Fire! Locking phasers on target.
They're locking.
I like Mr. Spock. They're locking phasers. And even Spock, even knows that the Enterprise wouldn't get its shields raised fully in time. But he hasn't got a clue where they're going to fire. Khan's going to fire for the engineering. It's like he's out for the whale, the whale, and he's going to wound it in the most vulnerable part where it would damage the ship, damage its propulsion for its warp drive, or maybe impulse power. That's what's brilliant about this movie, and the way they end it with the battle, and then the Nebula, where the Enterprise is pulling out of the battlefield. It's only pulling away on its thrusters, the thrusters to change its orientation, so that it can move and then just fight, and then it would only give it a nudge, and then it's just like. With space, any sort of space thing, you fire a short burst, and it will give you a thrust to either go that way, or whatever, depending on the orientation. can't use their impulse power because the mains on the Enterprise at the time are completely out. So it's got no mains for impulse power or warp drive. They can only use the thrusters. That's what makes the movie bloody brilliant. A slightly reaction, you know. It's good performance. It's just like if it were in reality. You're looking at someone in a serious way, and you're realising how deep in trouble they are. Brilliant. When I first saw this at the cinema, I didn't have a clue what the fuck I was watching. I thought, I've seen Star Trek on TV. I've seen the motion picture probably only once at the cinema when it played in '79. I had no idea. You know, I read these, what do you call them, science fiction magazines. I occasionally read a few, or so I pick one up and I read, or I might, you know. But I didn't even know they were doing a Star Trek movie, another one. I just saw the poster, I went in and saw it, 70mm. I didn't even know it was 70mm back then, but it was 70mm. I thought, wow, what an ending to it, what a wow. You know, and I just go back to my regular sort of thing, you know, because I was normal. Back then, I was not fucking normal. You know, I'll just go back to your normal shit, you know. Today, it's just like fucking hell, I need to grow up and grow out of all this, really. It's only fictional entertainment. But it's good entertainment. Good. I really get fed up sometimes saying that. Good. Yeah. Well, according to IMDb, it's got a good rating.
Faces and time.
They still haven't raised their shields.
Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phases and ties.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
Is on target.
They're locking phases.
Raise shields.
You see two cuts there, or where you see the tactical and you see the whereas on the DVD I got and on the scope version Laserdisc, you only see it one strike hitting the Enterprise. You see two strikes on the pan and scan PAL version, the very first early Laserdisc release. You see two strikes, you know, and you got the tactical going, and then a phaser strike on the Enterprise, and then it going again. You see two of those. I think they're just repeating it, aren't they? But yeah. There's another thing, lasers or phasers or such, they're very precise energy. That's another thing in science that's getting to me. You see, I could put a laser near the tweeter, though it's very difficult. I'd want to get the nodule of the laser to be, oh gosh, well, let's say if the tweeter were, let's say the tweeter was clear, transparent, so it's got a voice coil on it, it's fitted to the magnet. But a laser only works, you can put certain things on a laser where you can spread the beam. But typically a laser just goes straight in one direction, and then you orientate and move it, and then the beam just moves around. Providing you can see the beam. If you can't visibly see it, you put a little bit of smoke, so then you can see the beam. You see all these speaker things with these shitty, you probably see it in some Anthony Granani sort of thing, where he starts showing, the sound goes this way, that way. Here's a picture, showing where the sound is going. Yeah, right, sure. Yeah, it's just loads of lines going this way, and don't forget, it's also going literally vertical, right up from that near that tweeter. You could put a microphone right above and below it. It's still picking up a certain part of the frequency or the sine wave. You do what's it? See what they call it, polar response. So you can see where it's literally where all that sound frequency is going around to, and then you think, then you try to do things to change its course correction. So if it's going upward, you don't really much want it going upward now, side to side, So you put absorbent material right above and down the sides of the walls, so when it hits a surface, it's not going to reflect and bounce. And you know where the sound is going to go in a certain direction, and then you think, okay, maybe I want this part of the surface absorbed and this part not absorbed, because the frequency, theoretically, it should reflect and then bounce and then come to your ear. So it's absorbed in other areas and then reflective, but you got to mathematically calculate by using a shitload of microphones. Otherwise, you think of a laser. If I were to have a wall surface that is white and get a certain laser, maybe a green or blue laser, and then point it at the wall as such, and put a little bit of smoke in the room, I should see a reflection of the beam coming off, and then I should see a reflecting beam. If it was on a glass or something that's highly polished, so definitely it will reflect. You could use something like that, But then when you put something like a dark material over it in a certain spot, you can have some part that's dark and black, other part that's clear, and that's going to reflect. And you move the laser over to the dark spot, it doesn't reflect much. The same goes with the acoustical material I've got on the walls, wedge tiles or such. I don't see the laser, I see it shining onto the material, but I don't see it reflecting. I got little mirrors that I can put into the fabric. I could put little tiny little mirrors that I cut to size, and I fit them in, and I can put the laser on a tripod and then aim it to that position, and of course it's going to reflect the light depending on which angle the mirror is at. So you tilt it, and then that beam then goes off that direction. I've changed the angle on the mirror by a few millimeter or a few degrees, then it goes off in the other direction. Does Anthony Galani talk about any of that? Does he go that deep? I think he's just in for the money, really. And because you can have a room that's absorbed, so you don't get any of that pinging echo effect bouncing around the room. And if you want to put, specific things to bounce, reflect certain frequencies of it's got to reflect many of, say, like the tweeter. Say for a tweeter, how much of it do you want reflective, to reflect onto a certain surface and then come back to your ears, but you don't want it coming. I really don't think you want it, say, if the tweeters were in front of you. You want that sound so it sounds like it's coming in front of you. You don't want it hitting the back wall and then sounding like it's coming from behind you. That should only come from the surround speakers or from the sides, or say like the left half right configuration or such. You only want it sort of coming in, otherwise it's not going to trick you. You're going to get some sort of effect going on, you think. Didn't sound like I was turning my head around like to hear that sound, because there's something coming from the front, or there's some reflection that's going on, occurring. You don't know where it is. You need scientific. You need to get deep, have the equipment and go searching for it. And it's very boring to set a system up. You need a fair few people, and they've got to be on the same page. Everybody's got to be on the same page. Everybody's got to be in agreement. Otherwise it don't work. You got to throw someone that's in the team. You got to throw them out, and you got to get a replacement. Everybody's got to say, you know what to bloody do and get it right. Otherwise, doing it yourself can be bloody exhausting. That's why they got all those engineers in NASA, They're all trying to achieve one goal.
Ray shields. Right shields.
Wow. When I heard that in the Empire Leicester Square, I mean, I was, whatever sound that was occurring, I was looking around, and my ears were picking up certain things, and it sounded like because the Reliant is off screen and it's somewhere up here, back here, and it's firing down onto the Enterprise, it sounded like the phaser was going down diagonally or coming off the sidewall somewhere, and hearing some blasting effect on the stage channels and everything. Not to mention when in a vacuum of space. Yeah, like that shit there. Bloody hell. So you get the... what's it? Boom! Impact. Boom! I'll tell you, when that happened in the Empire Leicester Square, I swear on my cats, it felt like a fucking lorry or a truck were driving down the road and suddenly went careering and crashing through the fucking wall of the fucking building. Unbelievable. Fucking hell, it fucking felt like something crashed through the fucking wall. That's how seriously fucking good the bass and the fucking sound system was at the Empire. THX 70mm, JBL, you name it. CP200, the whole rig, the whole setup, fucking end game. Yeah, no damage done to the auditorium. Bloody hell. I think they really did take it literally to the next end game. It was the father of the end game. It was the creator of the end game. Yeah, fucking hell. I can't forget that. Fuck. It was like fucking Sensor Round on steroids. Goodness gracious. Oh. Yeah, when you listen to the score, you could hear a bit of when you play Clear and Present Danger, where it was at the ambush attack. You hear it's like you're hearing a little bit of Star Trek to the Wrath of Khan. Since when did Clear and Present Danger become Khan? Oh, that's what I like about that James Horner's score music. Yeah, may rest in peace. Tragic, isn't it? Plane just crashed in the bloody desert. Really, must have been what malfunction. Yeah. Because this was this James Horner's second or third. Yeah, it's probably one of his most popular ones. A phaser really do that, the energy of a phaser. You got a vessel that's in zero gravity that's using anti-gravity stabilizing to, stabilize its position, keep an artificial gravity, because if it were deactivated and the Enterprise were to, if it were deactivated, it doesn't matter whether the Enterprise rolled or anything, because there's no upside down factor front in space. Everything would go weightless, theoretically. But the way you just see the vibration effect, like shaking my hand there, you just see this. It's like, you got to go deep searching on this movie. I think, is there anything there hidden or something in the soundtrack, and the because it's all made of layers of tracks. They're all made of track elements, all put together and mixed and blended carefully. There may be a kind of shimmering effect there that's somewhere in the. Could be any. You got to go searching on all the channels, not just LFE. You got to search all the channels and see, and then put your hand, and then you think, okay, it's at these frequencies. Okay, what if I generate a sine wave tone? Put my hand on the thing. What does it feel like? And it's like trying to extract a certain frequency and then put it through some special so it gives a really surreal mechanical vibration. Maybe, theoretically. At least, you see these vibration things that are going on. At least they're a lot better than that guy on YouTube where he was trying to get more people to view his channel by creating fake vibration. Sad, really. I picked up on it instantly. I knew it was fake. I knew it was bullshit because I've seen so many people's home videos of sub-bass speakers and all that. Even my own. I don't see the room shimmering, like doing this. I don't see that sort of nonsense. To do that, it takes a heck of a lot of engineering to get it to do that sort of shit. It just doesn't happen. I mean, you look at all the car things and all that, you don't see it, doing that. Not unless, of course, the camera is mounted or stuck on a windshield or something, and then because of the air pressure and that, it would vibrate. But if you look around, actually, in the room, do you get, or the vehicle, do you see people going vibrating like shit? No, of course you don't. You see hair blowing around. You don't see the other thing because it's made up. It's bullshit. But to do that actual vibration, talking about a lot of didn't even happen in the Empire. Fuck, I've never seen it happen in a discotheque. I've never seen it happen in Sensorround. But yeah, I like it where, So if you get a bass, you get something going, you know, so you get a shake. Because there is a science, and if you add let's see. You know, I'm analysing and going, oh God, this is a lot of analysis. All I can hear on the laptop is probably frequency range from 200 hertz up to maybe 300 hertz. I need to put a Wasset on it. Up to, well, it depends on what high frequency I can hear, because the laptop speakers are underneath. And I got to move it this way where I can't be on screen, and the speakers, I'll be looking at them underneath, and then I pick up a little bit more top end, only to what limit it can reproduce on those tiny little bloody speakers. Because these speakers, they sound like, well, for the laptop, they sound like it's being played back on the HF horn at a very low SPL level. That's what it sounds like, because it can't do the extreme low frequency. So it's just a little, because I know, when I play this bit in the fucking room, it feels like a, bloody hell. It's just deep impacting directional bass across the screen channel. But there's softer element that I'm after. The softer elements are there. I got how many versions of the mix? So I got it on probably the NTSC, what do you call it? Pan and Scan, the NTSC early edition Pan and Scan. It's got the same artwork as the UK cover. So the UK Pan and Scan is that. It's the same artwork as the NTSC. Only difference is there's no surround mono matrix effect on the NTSC Pan and Scan. It is on the Power Laserdisc. Only the stereo front width is very narrow. Plus it's only analog audio, so it makes it very difficult. It's got minor laser rot on it, which makes it even a little bit difficult. So you get little kind of noise effects usually, and that give a masking effect or muddle up certain certain high frequency sound, so you don't hear it reproduced correctly. That one there. What's the US NTS? No, it's not a CD. I think it's this one. Yeah. And this one only says, it doesn't mention any Dolby signal or such. Probably someone noticed it. Oh, it's got a low probability. Actually, it's a little bit. There's quite a bit of differences with it between the NTSC and the PAL. Yeah, I made a mention in it here slightly. Colour and all that is pretty good on it. Also, it opens. It opens in almost a scope ratio, and end credits go into almost a scope ratio. But when the opening credits are finished, it opens up a little bit, because the camera basically is zooming in on the image. So you get then the pan and scan. You get suddenly the scan clicking quickly, or you get the pan and scan. You see the image if no noise reduction was used or such on the picture, you should see grain structure on it, because you're zooming in on the image even more closer, because 35mm is only a certain size, and you can't really see grain on 35mm with a naked eye. You need a microscope. You need to zoom in close onto it, and then you start seeing the structure of it, maybe in certain parts of, depending on the film stock. Yeah, I got several versions that I could analyze and check and compare with, to see how much to see if there's been any frequency manipulating or whatever. Of course, this pressing. Of course, it's got the there's no missing sound effect, whereas on the DVD, Blu-ray, 4K, you name it, it's been going on since 25 years. Paramount haven't even fixed it. It's got it's got damage on the magnetic soundtrack, which hasn't been fixed by looking for other source material. And obviously they'll probably picture synchronize it with the picture, but that they probably already use it, because you only have to look at the picture closely, carefully, and if you see some scratch mark or appearing or something, you think, oh right, they're using the same thing over and over and manipulating the colour and all that, blah blah blah. Or unless you don't It's like, oh yeah, they've used a different print version, but they really fucking messed up the colour. You know, it's one of those few things, you know. Whereas most of the general public, yeah, they wouldn't even know that. But, but they gotta be using the same source. Otherwise, I wouldn't be hearing the same sound error over and over and over again. But you can only hear it proper on Laserdisc and Dolby Stereo, and if you get the Dolby Stereo set up and aligned correctly, between switching from that to maybe a 6-track discrete, there'd be minimal difference. The discrete is really, really good. But then the Dolby Stereo, if set up correctly, can be very good. It can even make most of the high-tech millionaire Dolby snobby home theatre Atmos sound like it's in the dust. Because if I could do that in my room and think, fucking hell, I'm making this sound and feel a lot better than some of those Dolby Atmos discs. How is that possible? I don't know. Anyway, enough about Dolby Atmos. You don't need this. You don't need. Think about it. They haven't done it yet, but I guarantee you they will. When Paramount think we're not making enough money. What we got? What we got, guys? Anything new, old? Oh yeah, how about the Star Trek movies? How about if we do those in Dolby Atmos? That's a great idea. Yeah, we'll make a bit of money there. We can put in our petrol tanks and we go cruise up and down Hollywood Boulevard. Brilliant idea. Do it. But it won't be great. It'd be pretty shitty sounding. Sadism, really. Real sadism. You know, but the sound is not down here on the floor. There's no below surround. There's no imagination. Just the same shit. Boring. Yeah, these Hollywood people, they, I don't know what old farts they got working in that crappy old fart industry, but yeah, I think it's about time they go over there and retire and let some new breed that know the whole damn thing, done the research and know the whole damn thing inside and out, and come in and put something. Well, firstly, they got to tell Dolby Labs, you either pull your fucking socks up, get real with a better fucking sound encoding, decoding system, or we're going to someone else. I think Dolby Labs have had their day. They've had their day with the Atmos rubbish. I think you can't let Aura 3D, because they do the same rubbish. Overhead speakers, THX, overhead speakers, Atmos, overhead speakers. Copycatting. They are just copycatting each other. They just got, oh, this is our layout, speakers on the ceiling, and this is our layout on, you know. The more speakers that are on the ceiling, the more fucking things remain the same. Oh. What a load of bullshit. I want to see below surround. I'm hungry. gonna make something. Why am I wearing fucking glasses? I'm just getting my focus back. I'm just getting it gradually. What the fuck? See, even my cat Bear, he gets very jealous. He's throwing my medication around. Yeah, you give me the meow. You got bloody attitude you have, Bear. Yeah, you give me meow. Throwing things around. Throwing things around. Yeah, meow. Fucking hell, I feel shit on my legs. I want to have a meal. I want to have a little snack meal. There you go. I'll get back laid down, fuck's sake. Do you want some more biscuit? Oh no, I'll do some more biscuit. Keep you entertained. girl. Little girl. Hey, there. You just had some. Let me have some. Come on. Didn't even finish yours. You go now. Bear. Bear. Melanie, you want some? Not interested. Okay. There you go, Bear. You got extra. I thought you wanted biscuits. Right, never mind what I'm doing. Come on. Come away from my snack. You've got your meal over there. Come on. Come on, man. Jump over. Oh, bear. Oh, bear. Your little treat. in here. I don't know where to put it. Oh. Batteries are flat on there. Put it. I've got two of them. Oh, two or three of them. Two or three of them. And where I put it. There. Just a russet. No. I know the other one's out there, but that's blue. Where's the green one? I don't know where the green one is. It's around somewhere. Got a few red ones, but a project. Didn't even start it. Where did I put it there? Put that green one. Maybe some more of these drawers. Well, they're inexpendable. Get another one. They're so bloody cheap. Probably get two of them. Probably might do some sort of project experiment. Do an acoustical project experiment. Oh, three-dimensionality. Oh yeah, three-dimensionality. Oh, even when blowing the nose, get that mucus out so I can breathe. I mean, I'm talking about mucus that's like creatures. Oops, what's it? Oh, blimey. It's still there. Creatures. Yeah. What's she doing? Melanie, whatever it is you're doing now, leave it alone. Come on, leave that alone, Melanie. I don't feel I want to show creatures. I don't think I want to show any creatures. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to show creatures. The creatures. Okay now. Yeah, lasers, yeah, lasers. What are you doing, Mel? You doing that again? You doing that again, Melanie? Right? What are you doing, little girl? Are you behind me? I can see you. Yeah. Can we hear sound in our mouth? The answer is yes. What are you doing, little girl? What are you doing, Melanie? Active, aren't you? Yeah, everything's turned off now, so I'm not going in the room tonight. I'm not going in the room. Probably maybe today, maybe later in the day, maybe tomorrow. Oh, bugger. Hold on, bugger me. Bugger. Oh, well, bugger. What are you doing, Melanie? She's a very naughty gal. I don't know. Hard to say. Yeah. Anyway, I'm off now. There's still a humongous times infinity of the expanding universe, times infinity of the expanding universe for me to figure on. So yeah, I kind of make Anthony Gamani look like that, you know. I actually like that. I mean, I find him to be Borefeast. Well, he did always bragging or whatever, blah 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 in the past about, you know, one of my ideas, 1989. So I don't like Dolby Lab thieves that much. So yeah. Anyway, Gramani, you can go over there. Take your crappy bolster wood bloody speakers with you, because when you could pick a speaker up, it looks like that. And you think, I can't say that's serious now, can you? Bloody hell. Those speakers look like they were made out of bolster wood. Yeah. Like I say, if you can't pick a speaker up, if it's extremely difficult to pick up, then it must be a pretty damn good in the way it's structurally made and all that blah 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 bullshit. But when it's something you can pick up so easily, well, even JBL Control 1s, they're not brilliant, yet they still manufacture those speakers, and they're made from their design is from the late 1980s. And yet they still make them because they're popular for some things. But you can't do everything with it because it's too damn small. You can do some things with it and then do other tricks the other way to make it feel like it's coming from those speakers. I mean, whoa! That's only an illusion. It's only an illusion. Illusion. Do 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 do. It's illusion. So, on 3, 1.